Hey, Lucy, thanks for coming. Happy Sunday. I hope you have an awesome new week. I appreciate you. Thank you, my sister Lucy. Hello, L. Georges. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're having an awesome day, morning, night, whatever time zone you're in. I appreciate you. I've been enjoying your content. Happy Sunday, and I hope you have an awesome new week. And find some peace, because I know you said you're dealing with a funeral and all of that kind of stuff, and I know how hard that can be. I wish you the best and blessings to the families that's going through these times. That's one thing about me, L. Georges, is when I make friendship on YT, I make sure I watch your content, I understand it, and I enjoy it. And I'm here to support you. It's not just running from channel to channel, just doing anything. I really like to form a bond with my folks that I meet on YouTube. And a lot of us form friendships, a lot of us form brotherhood and sisterhood. And I always try my best to make sure you know that I'm listening to you and that I'm really with you. And it's not just, just saying anything. You know what I mean? Just like we were just talking about is about the rain. And I had made a comment in your live about it's been everybody around different places of the world has been experiencing an excessive amount of rain and thunderstorms that is leaving a lot of damage, power outage, trees knocked down, a lot of people are, and it's not just, oh, it's just in America. Oh, it's just in the island. It's everywhere that the weather has gotten so shaken up that we don't know what we're going to get next. But it's not our, the usual. It's a little bit more than that. And we're weathering all of these storms because everything is changing. And see, what I notice in the world too, a lot of people think that because we had C-19, that was the only thing that was a big change in the world. But there's plenty of things that is going on out here that are getting it a little bit more worse than what they normally are. Foods is changing. You know what I mean? All of this stuff is bioengineered. Food is expiring a lot quicker than it should. The weather's changing. The sun is different. The moon. And I mean, I do my research before I run, run up talking about it. I also live it. So I really am in tune with, you guys whenever I come to visit you and I watch your content. That's why I try my best to break down who I go see and when so that I can at least get over there and enjoy a short. And then a lot of times when I go to bed, I like to let, somebody, a few people's lives run while I sleep so that I can support whoever wants to get monetized, whoever is trying to build watch hours, whoever wants to stay monetized. But I really want to enjoy the content. and I want to support in the way that I enjoy and learn something as well, and back you up and whoever else that I hang out with. I really enjoy these friendships, and I thank you for making YouTube positive for me. Blessings to you and your family, and you have some lovely pets, and you also are a good fur baby father. Hey, what's up, Law in the building? How you doing? Thank you for stopping in. I've been listening to your content, man, and we got so many things in common. I like the way you talk about all of these different things as far as like mental health is concerned and how people be trying to use your content and all that. It's a lot going on out here. And I feel you and I understand where you're coming from. I remember when I did a live, with some new people that I met, and someone tried to go back and tell my story. And I'm not making it out a big deal because I'm not a big channel. I'm not even a channel. I'm just a chill hangout spot, Rruk of all. But this person and several people did it. They tried to go and tell my story, and just for them to get content because they seen how many people watched it and how they commented on it. But the thing is, and I didn't mind it, but you didn't do it right and you didn't say the right stuff and your heart wasn't in the right place. You know what I'm saying? So I get that when people out here they go and make a whole big deal out of something, not that they're backing you up, but some kind of personal gain, you know what I mean? Or either that gain, or either that they're trying to humiliate you, on a little slick tip. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. No shade. I'm not upset. I'm just saying I listened to that content that you had the other day when you were out working in the yard and your son was there with you and he was stirring up and working on some stuff back there. And I just want to let you know that's why I like to listen to you when you do your lives because you say a lot of stuff that is the absolute truth, and I live with a lot of those situations as well. Anyway, bro, thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you're doing well. Bless you and your family. I hope you guys are off to a awesome new week. And I like to always say to people that we need to make sure our mental is good, our mental health. Sometimes people don't realize that you got to exercise for mental health as well, clarity, to clear your head. You know what I mean? And that could be physical, physical working out that will help clarify and clear your head up. But I wish you guys the best and thank you guys so much for stopping by and giving me some of your precious time because I know everybody, working, they got kids, family things, they got to do laundry, cooking, all kinds of stuff around the house. Life is lifing, right? So anytime somebody, spends some of their time with me, I consider myself as blessed and lucky. Thank you all for being who you are and making my YouTube experience awesome. Here we go with the music. DJ Rruk. Turn it up, turn it up. And you are more than welcome, Lawless, and you don't even have to thank me because when we first met, from back when I first started dealing with you, you were, talking, and I love the way you get around and with the happy smile and that awesome laughter. You mean something to me because you come on here, you're real, you're a good person, and you're an awesome father, man. And you believe in family, God, life, and love. You know what I mean? And I promise you, that's why I rock with you. I don't come on just to show my face so that you can just come over here because I need support, because it's not just that. I enjoyed the content, and I promise you, I never walk away from anybody's lives or their videos without learning something and better than what I came. And I mean that literally. No matter what I'm doing over here, I know that when I come to you guys, we all bring something to the table and it helps all of us grow. We water these seeds, right? And then no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. And we need to talk more about mental health because people don't understand that. I know that money can change situations, but money cannot buy a lot of things. You could have a medical problem, whether something physical with your heart, lungs, whatever. You could have mental health issues with diagnosis and have the best doctors. But if you don't will in what you need to do and work and do your best, money's not going to buy it. There's a lot of things that's the most powerful things that we need in life as tools to live by, and money can't buy it. And I've seen so many famous people, and I know a lot of people that got money to their disposal, and no matter what money they got, how many cars, houses, they're still mentally drained because you can be financially rich but morally poor. And with that being said, I would like the moral more because it makes sense and it's more needed than material things. Because I mean, who wouldn't want a decent house, a car, food, love, be able to get their kids what they want. But if you are not grounded morally, it all means nothing because you can lose those things just as quick as you get them. Also, when you're not grounded morally, you kind of get too big in the chest. You know what I mean? And then you realize you're not solidifying and being grateful for being able to have all of these many things. That's why I don't like to look at people and judge people. And I remember one day I went to a dentist appointment for a cleaning. As soon as I got in there, they kept saying to me, the people that work there, and I could tell the people that were sitting around in the waiting room how they were acting. There was a guy in there and they said, "Oh, he's weird. He's a problem. Make sure you don't talk to him and don't let him come over and bother you." You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, why are they treating him like that? And if you got something going on, why isn't anybody helping him? Anyway, I sat down. And as soon as I sat down, he came and sat right next to me. And people kept on, the other people kept on making gestures, and the other people, yeah, you got to watch it, like saying things like that. And I promise you, I sat up and I had a conversation with that man, and I would rather have sat with him than anybody else in the entire place because of the fact that he was coming from reality. And he did have some stuff going on with himself mentally, and but it wasn't about that. And him, he had so much to offer that he probably was more brilliant than any of us sitting there. But see, they judge the book by its cover. You understand what I mean? Just because his clothes was tattered and he was kind of like mumbling to himself a little bit and doing some things that they didn't want to accept. Not that he wasn't there, because there's no such thing as normal. You understand what I'm saying? And this guy was one of the most nicest people that you could meet. And I tell you, he filled my cup. The conversation that I had with him was absolutely amazing. And, he was, he had a certain type of way that he conducted himself, and everybody was so quick to shut him down. And he wasn't doing anything wrong. He wasn't acting out of control, trying to harm nobody, cursing or anything. He was just, disheveled because of how he lives. And there was nothing wrong with it. I promise you, a lot of these people that we see out here, I should say, not these people, we are so quick to, oh, they're on the park bench. Oh, don't go over there. Don't come over here asking me for no money. And a lot of times what people don't realize is that these folks have been through something, and it could very well happen to us. And it is happening to us because all of us are brothers and sisters. So you never know what's coming your way. And these folks, folks that are going through something and you're blessed at the time, maybe your kind words in the conversation may be a blessing to them. Sometimes it ain't even about money. But see, people are so quick to judge you because you're not doing what they want you to do, or you're not being what they want you to be for them. And that's not how we're supposed to view people. We're supposed to accept everybody. And I promise you, when I get out here and I see people that's doing, struggling out here, I always like to sit down and talk to them. And obviously, they help me sometimes more than I help them. I don't care if I'm giving them a couple of dollars, some food, a bag of clothes. What they offer me is more value than what I gave them. You know why? Because one hand washes the other. You understand? One hand washes the other. One hand can't clap. You know what I'm saying? And these folks are in their predicament for whatever reason, what they're going through. And it doesn't take us much to end up in a predicament like that, because life is hard. Life is life, and we all have struggles and battles. And I promise you, a lot of these people that I meet out here, which is my people, which is my peeps, my family, they have been where I am, and I could go to where they're at right now because of life and mental health struggles. Because, there's a lot of people out here that have a lot of money, but they can't buy everything that's needed because certain things, our morals and values and spirit cannot be bought. You understand what I'm saying? When you go, you can't take it with you. Happy Sunday, everybody. If it's Sunday for you, God bless all of you. And I wish you guys the most awesomest week. And I promise you, I rise with people that ride with me. And you guys fill my cup. And thank you for that. Now I'm going to turn the music back on. Vida, cut it up. Cut. No, so let me stop. I'm going to turn the music back on and shut up for real, y'all. And I know y'all probably got, but it's all good because this is what I need to say out loud. There's nothing wrong. That's why I said people, oh, you're talking to yourself. People talking. Yeah, and it's a good thing. And I answer back. And I don't care if anybody hear or see me doing it. You know why? Because I'm me for a reason, and I can't be nobody but me, and I like me. All right, we finna turn this thing all the way up. Let's rock it out, y'all. Let's do it. See, I see your comment, brother, and I promise you, man, I love you too. And man, this here, the thing, see, what I like about you when you open up your mouth, you're always saying something. You understand what I mean? And you're willing to speak on everything and be truthfully honest about you, what you go through with your family, yourself, mental health, physical. And I seen one of the not seen in one of your lives that you had. I seen a comment, and I'm not going to stir up nothing. I don't do no shade or act silly. I don't try to be subliminal to be phony. But sometimes, with me, when I want to say something, I don't call nobody out because I don't want to embarrass nobody or talk negative about their channel. But you were speaking about like loss and friendships and stuff, and then there was somebody in your comment section that said, yeah, because I wish me and you could do something. But that same person, no shade. I remember when you had the live and we was with Sister Books and she was doing a live and all y'all was on the panel. Everybody kept trying to help that YouTube person out and tell them, listen, it's going to be all right, but you talking junk, you stirring the pot, you're acting up, and they didn't want to listen. And I'm going to tell you, I had the same experience with that person. They came to me, they shared all their medicals. A lot of times they speak a lot deeply about their medical problems, and I understand that because it's good to reach out and talk to somebody. But this person kind of wants to make you go further than what's needed when you're trying to help build them up, and they seem to bite off the head. You understand what I mean? And this was before their channel grew, and I don't know if it's really grown because, like I said, a lot of people is breaking their necks doing a lot of stuff illegally to obtain some type of YouTube fame. You understand what I'm saying? And the math don't be mathing. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I was in the live for about 2 hours steady. The live ended, no shade. The live ended, and it was 14 of us in there that, most of us stayed consecutive conversating because I usually don't conversate a lot in anybody's live. I like to address the host, say hi to a couple of people, and sit back and enjoy the content in the show. Anyway, it was 14 of us in there, so that's 14 views, right? All of a sudden, when the live ended, like two people popped in, 14, 15, 16. Okay, that was it. The live ended there. I went back because sometimes when I do go to people lives, I go back after the live ended and leave a comment. I'm like, well, how did this jump up to 1,000 views? And I was just a part of it. Anyway, sometimes when you build your house on sand, it won't stand. But with this particular person, that comment that they left in that live that you had up, you tried to help them out, and a lot of people on as a matter of fact, you had quite a few people that was on the panel, and everybody was trying to talk nice to this person and help them along because they had done something wrong to quite a few of you guys, and that person just didn't listen. You get what I'm saying? So I know that you be coming through trying to keep it real and got people back. And that person was they left that comment as if you done something to them. And every time you tried to be kind with them, with the other friends that you had in that live, this person would not receive it properly. So you had to leave it alone. And then y'all kept trying to talk nice to the person. And then they started swearing. And I remember this live. It wasn't this live that I'm talking about when this first kicked off. This was in one of the other, people live, and this person, we just couldn't help them. We couldn't help them at all. So it went to the left. So now they're trying to track you down as if you dissed them when in fact they started that towards all of you guys. Because quite a few of you guys were dealing with this person and trying to help them, and then it got turned up. Stuff that happened. Look at that, girl. You were awesome. You too, bro. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And you know this person, and this is just one of many. But this is one particular person that I had got on. Because see what happened with this person, they started coming to my lives, and I'm not no big channel nothing over here, and I'm not knocking myself down. I'm gonna keep it real. But this person came over, and the only thing they kept doing, I'm subscribed to you. Everybody that popped up in the live, and I said to this person, I said, sweetie, I know you're trying to grow your channel. And I know you're going through a lot of medical problems that's keeping you from being able to be mobile, and you're sick a lot. And I understand that. But at the same time, you're jumping on the live just trying to join people just business wise, but you just got through pouring out your heart about your medical problems, and people were here to help you. But at the same time, you don't know half of the people in the live, and neither do I. So how are you joining and subscribing? And then the person said to me, well, Rruk, you responded to one of the people, so I thought you knew them. I said, no, I don't know none of these. There's about five people that you just jumped in the live and joined in. First, you were sick, down and out, and now you cussing people out and flipping out. What happened? Even if you're going through some mental health stuff, people are here trying to help you. and you're going off on them, and in a minute somebody gonna pop back off. It's what it is. And then we don't want to be a down, a Debbie Downer, which that person does a lot of that, and you don't want to be a nowhere Nate. And what you do is you run around to everybody's channel and act critical. As soon as something you don't like or people are not with the stuff, you get mad and then you cuss everybody out. And this was a live that I remember that they were in books went off. You already know what I'm talking about. Books went in, sin went in. That's I'm just keeping it real. Hey. And I usually don't mention nobody name or nothing like that or the name of their channels. And and to be honest with you, this is not really throwing nothing out there, nobody under the bus. Because I usually, anything I talk about, I really don't like to speak on anybody or their response or what they said, especially if they're not here. And even when somebody's done me wrong, I haven't even called them out or their channel because I don't want nobody to ever think that I'm bad mouthing them because that's not how I get down. But I tell you, I got all my receipts and they're not faded. This person has started reaching out to me 5, 6, 7 times on Instagram. Nothing I could say would help them. Yes, YouTube is crazy out here, and it's the people and how they behave. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't understand this person, and this is all. Yeah, I got pathopathy, I got the copathy, I got the shopathy, and all of us are going through something. So people are trying to talk to you. Yes, have you seen your doctor? I know your nerves is bad. Have you talked to this person? Have you tried to do this? And they getting mad when you're trying to help them, and then when you want to try to keep the live going and talk about something different, that person gets mad. Like if they said, yeah, I'm on here, I just had another surgery. Yeah, I can't walk. I'm in the chair. My family passed away. I don't have no family. And everybody talks and love you for about 20 minutes or so. And then you want to have the live going about some other stuff. You get what I mean? And this person seemed like they didn't want you not, to talk about nothing but them. You know what I mean? You could say, yeah, we all saying it. We feel sorry. We pray for you. We got your back, homie. Yeah, it's going to be all right. And then you go into, yeah, me and my family are going to go on the weekend. Well, why are you talking about a weekend vacation when I told you I was sick? And now they're lashing out. It's hard to help folks that don't want no help. What's happening, Rev, in the building? Happy Sunday. And I keep trying to tell people it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to be sad, to be happy, for the anxiety. This is life. There's nothing you can do. God gave us emotions for a reason. You understand where I'm coming from? He said, not a happy Sunday for us. I am sorry to hear that, Rev, because I feel like everybody is going through something different here in life. And no matter what we go through, the whole day is not ruined. I promise you. I learned that the hard way to think because I'm in a certain situation that is ruined permanently. You know what I mean? And I pray that that's not for you, and I'm not judging you or speaking for you. I am sorry that you are going through something. And I tell you, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I had went to an appointment that led to several appointments, and finally, I had to see a specialist. And I was told that if I want to live, I have to take the treatment. If not, I would die. Straight up. You understand me? There was no ands, if, buts, or maybes. So, when I went in there and finally got with the doctor that told me that it's definitely what they thought it was, and this is the immediate stuff that has to be done. But you know what happened when I left when I was in that appointment? And see, I didn't know that I had to go back to my young self and tell my young self this about something that happened to me that many years ago. And I just solidified this not no more than probably what the last 2 years and got the clarity of it. It was God that made me feel comfort. Also, life was life. And what do I mean when I say that? After I got the diagnosis for sure and the plans of what I had to do for treatment, surgery, and all of that, I left out of there and I seen people in the waiting room that probably got the same diagnosis as me, people in the waiting room that's going to be diagnosed for the first time, people there back for recovery and coming to get a checkup. The life was still going on. The sun was still shining. I got family that was okay. Everybody wasn't sick like me. So I realized that this is my turn. This is my cross to bear. This is what it is for me. But life was still okay. And that's the only way that I've been able to weather things, is really be proactive in understanding and comprehending that this too shall pass. I can't tell God what to do. I can't go back and change time. You understand what I mean? And it was hard. You get what I mean? It was hard, but I knew that there was something more. There was a lesson, a learning in this. You get what I'm saying? This also troubled my mental health. And when I was sitting in there, I went to pieces, like, in my mind for just a split second. And I know for a fact that that was God telling me, you don't run this. Whatever I say is going to happen, and you got to go through, you got to do it. You get where I'm coming from? And that's the truth. I love you so much too, bro. You know what it is, Lawless. You know what it is. And he says, it's true that my surgeon's jokes are really cut. Yes, they are. And they're good and fun jokes. What's up, brother Marquise in the building? How you doing? God bless all of you. Just like right now, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I'm going to be real. I got 2 surgeries coming up here this week. I got to get 2 surgeries. They're going to do, at one time, they're going to do one first, obviously, and then the other. I got 6 to 8 weeks downtime, and my whole thing is, I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I know that I have to do it because it's going to change the quality of my life for the better. Now, can I live with the condition? Yes, but it's going to keep getting worse though. Yes, prayers for Mrs. Rat for you too. And I need prayers. I need prayers every day, all day. You see what I mean? I don't wait for a big something to happen. I need it all the time. It says, been taking it one day at a time. And I heard what you said. Amen. Amen. One day at a time. Because you know what? I don't need prayers just because I got surgery coming up, or just because somebody died. I need prayers every day so that I can be a good servant of the Lord and get through every day. I have to have prayers all day long. I don't have to wait. Oh gosh, somebody passed away. Oh God, I got surgery. Pray for me, y'all. No, pray for me all day, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to solidify my walk with God and work on my salvation. And I promise you, I'm not no super Christian. I don't do all that phoniness, because I know I get around here, I get mad, I cuss, I turn up, but I still believe in God, and I'm working on my salvation, and He ain't done with me yet. You get what I'm saying? But we need it all the time, because a lot of people are always asking for prayer only when they're going through something. No, think about me when I'm on top. You understand what I mean? Think about me when I'm in the middle, on the end, on the flow, down and out, all the time. Even if I tell you, yeah, everything's going good, my health has been fine, finished good dog, that's meowing, I got money in the bank, yeah, but you still need prayer. You still need prayer. That's the whole thing. Life is lifing. And we all seem to not understand that we all drive down Mercy Street. Have a good one, L. Georges. Thank you for coming, brother. I appreciate you. God bless you. He says, I don't know. I just buried my 21-year-old nephew last week. So I've been quite, yep, I get it, Brother Marquise. But I'm just saying, not looking for pity and had, yeah, and that's how you do it, though. And it's not pity, though. It's not pity. Problem since he was, 28 days old. And I promise you, I know what it's like too, Brother Marquise, to struggle, because since I've been born, I have had problems through my whole life, repeated problems. And even up till how old I am now, I got 2 surgeries coming up. You know what I mean? And I understand that. And there's nothing wrong with having some pity, though. Pity is something that knocks your pride down and show you who you are. And ain't nothing wrong with that. There's never anything wrong with feeling down and out, a little bit of hurt, overwhelmed, because that's what life does to us. We're supposed to feel all of those emotions so that we can be strong and come back. You get what I mean? Because a lot of times we can't learn or be good stewards if we ain't been through nothing. Life is not, where everything is going to go your way and you're going to get everything you want. And this is this and this. It ain't going to be that way. And I promise you, I need pity, Brother Marquise. I need pity. I'm not ashamed to have pity. I want people to have pity for me, because sometimes I'm in that space, physically and mentally, where I do need to be pitied. And ain't nothing wrong with that. And I've been having issues with myself too, and my health from day one, right out the womb. You know what I mean? I remember, them telling me, what I had to have done from being an infant, because I had to be brought back to life. So I get it, and there's nothing wrong with us having pity and feeling down and out. I promise you. I think that's where I have my most strength at, when I'm unshielded, you understand, unguarded. I need to be seen and transparent so that people can see that, you know what, I'm at my worst right now. And I want you to see it. I want to bear all because I am human. And this is what it takes. I got to wallow in self pity for a while so that I can, transfer over to getting back to the positive. And see, that's the thing too. People don't seem to, you get what I'm saying? People don't seem to understand. And I remember I was talking with this lady business wise, and I told her, she was asking me how I was doing. I said, I got some medical stuff I got to deal with, and we're going to see if I need to have surgery. This was, a little while back here, Father's Day when this really started hitting me. But I've been having problems with these conditions for a minute. And I finally talked to this person like last week and they asked me, well, how you doing? I said, well, it turns out I'm going to have surgery. And then the first person said, well, don't be negative, have hope. Well, first of all, this is what I was trying to explain to her. I, you asked me a question and I answered it. Now, my response was, I have to have, or don't be glad you got this. Yeah. Listen, ma'am, listen. If I want to have a little bit of pity right now, if I want to have a little bit of fear right now, has nothing to do with me not having hope and faith in God. I am human. I live a percentage of my life in the flesh. The flesh will get you going. You understand? Don't make a head decision with your heart. Do you understand what I'm saying? Honor and shame is two sides of a coin. You feel me? So if I want, and I didn't even say anything negative to her. I just answered her question, but she said, "Oh, praise the Lord." Yeah, yeah. That ain't, listen. God ain't gonna do everything. Hello? God, why do you think we got a Bible and teachings out here if God's meant to do it all? He's training us to be able to battle some of our battles ourselves. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you're a negative person. Your mental health comes into play with all this stuff too, y'all. I don't care if you got something wrong with one of your ankle, back, lung. That right there is going to trigger your mental health in all the ways possible. Get your anxiety kicked up, get your depression kicked up, get your mind to thinking, oh my gosh, how am I doing? Oh my God. And this is not just for hard things. See, people don't realize that all of this stuff with our mental health, it ain't just coming to bother you when you getting everything good. It ain't all when you got diagnosed, you got cancer, or you sick, you got this, that, you was in a car accident, that happened to my family. That ain't gonna be just the only time you have anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, mental health. It's gonna happen on a regular basis. That's right, Rev. It's going to happen on a regular basis. And what do I mean when I say that? Well, guess what? How did I feel when I was old enough to drive? I was happy, scared, overwhelmed, anxious, nervous. How did I feel when I got on the roller coaster? Happy, sad, overwhelmed, nervous, a little, scared. How did you feel when you had your first child if you got kids? How did you feel? How did you feel the first time you bought a car? You're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. He said, let's break the stigma. That's right. I don't know what to do. Well, what do you mean, man? You got a car. Didn't you say you wanted a car? Man, you got you a brand new car. Yeah, but now I'm worried about, am I going to be driving too fast? Can I have an accident? And am I going to be able to afford it? Will it get repossessed? Oh, well, I wanted kids. Okay, I'm pregnant now. I'm just saying for anybody, because some people don't have kids, so I'm not pushing that on nobody. I'm just saying, well, what's happening? We wanted this baby, but how are you feeling now? You and your husband or whoever partner, however way y'all parenting, if you're aunt, uncle, godparent, how do you feel? Overwhelmed, anxiety, stressed out, worried, don't know if I'm gonna be good at this. Damn, I wish I wouldn't have did this. Let's be real. Come on. You're getting, oh, I want to get up, grow up and get married. Well, what happened? I don't know if I'm gonna be a good husband or a wife. I don't know if I want to stay in this marriage now. Overwhelm, anxiety, hurt, depression, thoughts of negative stuff. It's happening with good things. It ain't just the bad things. And then when you have a mental imbalance, especially when it's a chemical imbalance that you require medication and therapy and to see a psych doctor, your chances is even worse because of the fact that your chemical balance is off. And some of this stuff that I'm speaking about happens to people that don't have a diagnosis, whether it be bipolar, schizophrenic, whether it's autistic. It doesn't matter. You got an anxiety disorder. And even people that are on the spectrum with the autism, they have it even worse because of the fact that they have way more stuff on the spectrum. Some people may have, bipolar and anxiety, which all of it is bad and hard. Every pill, and pills is not going to wish that away. You have to will it and do it yourself because sometimes people don't even find the right medication. So they have to do what they got to do to survive. But I know, like with the spectrum, they have so many different things that go up and down in their life that it makes it harder for them. But if you just get one or two diagnoses, but they could have five, six, seven, eight. But the whole thing is everybody needs to stop being afraid of sharing your feelings and what other people think. And this is what I can tell you that I learned too from way back when I was younger. He said, when you first start driving, yes, you are scared. Yes, all of that stuff. Even when you get your first car, your first love, get married, have a child, bought your first house, there is no experience that we have. Even with me, I have to decide of how I'm going to feel every day. You know what I mean? And sometimes we can't let our feelings run our life. But I have to decide how I'm going to feel every day when I get up, because sometimes you may have another plan, but your emotions, you got to let your emotions subside before you decide. And sometimes you don't have control over them because of whatever the predicament is or the trouble that you're having. And even sometimes you could have something good that's going to happen. I'm getting ready to get married. I'm getting ready to start my new job. And you're like, hell no, I don't want to go there. Oh no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Oh my God. Yeah, yeah. When it's a good thing on the table. And this is why I always tell people that you have to pay attention to how to protect your peace and don't let nobody disturb your groove, because there's nobody that lives in this world that's not going to experience hate and hurt and torment from other people. There's nobody in this world that's going to live and never say they had a problem with anxiety, depression. It's just different levels due to your medical diagnosis, your mental psychopathy. See, people don't understand what the mental psychopathy is separately from people that don't have any problems. Because people that haven't been diagnosed with bipolar and don't have mental health, which it seems like everybody got something wrong to me. I don't care what nobody say. I feel that everybody in the entire world got something going on. And it's not a negative thing. But folks that actually have been diagnosed with something, and when they have anxiety, it's worse than someone that don't have a diagnosis. People like to judge you and walk all over you, and then that stops you from being who you are. And see, once you get yourself set to where you know that because this is what I learned, and I paid attention way back when I was a child. A lot of times, we'd be around other kids, and the cool kids, all they got the new Jordan sneakers. They got this cute backpack. The girls are wearing nail polish. My mother doesn't like me to wear nail polish. What parent wants you to make friends? The type of friends that you got to have is because it's financial things or how you dress. Who wants to have friends that judge you by what you're wearing? See, that's not how we do to make friends. Yep, it's no joke. It's no joke, and I promise you, Rev, I have somebody that I know that's very dear to me, and we had a lot of similar stuff coming up as kids going on, and nobody really wanted to address it to help it in the family, and it seemed like everybody in the family had something that they were in denial of, and this person didn't get the right kind of help, and they grew with it. Nobody paid attention to help. They finally met somebody and had two kids, and by them having that issue and never addressing it because nobody wanted to be bothered and they were in denial, they unlifed themselves. You understand? It was a big thing on the news. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm calling the truth out, the real reality of this. You get what I'm saying? But I know that there's no way that I'm going to tell my child or anybody if I had kids or not. You don't tell kids that, well, you know what? Why didn't they let you sit at the table at lunch? Oh, because those are the cool kids. Well, what is the cool kids? Yes, denial is strong. It's bad. You wouldn't believe it. And everybody in the family, you can tell when everybody have the same thing in the family or similar stuff because you feel when you look at them, you can tell because you feel the same way. But they're in denial. You know what I mean? They're in denial because they don't want to admit that because they're worried about what everybody else is think instead of being who they are and getting the help that they need. But I don't think that it's good to say, well, you know what? I had to buy my son or my daughter the latest Jordan because when they sit with the kids in the lunchroom, if they don't have on nice sneakers, those kids don't want to be friends with them. That's your perfect time right there to say if they're worried about how you dress, then them not the kind of friends you want. You see what I mean? If they're worried because you got mental health issues, those are not the people that you want to be involved with. See, folks are not looking at it like that. They're just putting it down to whatever makes them comfortable. They don't respect you for being different. People do not wish to have mental health issues. And I know that I have a lot of folks have said different things like, well, they didn't invite you to come to the cookout because of the way you behave. You got somebody here that's got a diagnosis and they're talking to themselves and they thought, oh, they off. But have they bothered you? You see what I mean? Have they done anything to you for you to judge them like that to where you didn't invite them? Because of their got mental health issues, and if they bug out on me and all that, that's not how that ain't even how you're supposed to look at things when people got stuff like that. And folks that have mental health issues, do you honestly think that a person wants to be mentally ill or to be suicidal? You know what I mean? That the folks don't want that. It's just their chemical imbalance and their mental psychopathy. You can't pick. You cannot pick if you're going to have mental health. A lot of times this stuff is hereditary, and a lot of times some of it is environmental because of the household you lived in may have caused you to be disturbed in your mental psychopathy, because people don't understand that, sometimes when you have an environment and there's some things that's all mixed up and diced up, sometimes that have you, being diagnosed with something. I know a lot of kids right now that are being diagnosed with ADHD and they don't even have it. It's the environment that they're in. But what do I mean? They're not getting enough food some cases. It presents itself as a mental health, and it may not be. You know what I mean? Well, what's going on? Well, they ain't cooking the right food in the house. There's domestic violence. There's drug use, alcoholism. There's abuse in the house. They're not being told that I love you. And sometimes that'll give you an anxiety, even though you don't have the anxiety that I'm talking about. And then there's some people that's born with it because it's hereditary. Nobody wants to pick anything. Who do you know would want to pick mental health issues when we already going to have them, whether we got a diagnosis or not? Mental health is something that is, like I said, it could be, triggered on by certain experience in life. Because you ever notice that we got a lot of men and women that go to war and they went in one way and came out another, because life will rub you the wrong way and disturb your mental. But I know for a fact that anything to do with mental health, we all experience extra anxiety, over emotional throughout our whole lives with the good and bad stuff that happens to us. Because the anxiety and stuff is not triggered just by good things happening to you. Mental health is not triggered. It's a disorder. It's a disease in the brain, and it's going to be there even when things that are supposed to be good that people consider as good in your mind, it may not be. It could be a nice day outside, not too hot, not too cold, and if your chemical balance is off, you be looking at it like, dread. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to face anybody. That's because that's how your mental health works. You don't want this. People don't understand it. What are you going to be embarrassed of? That's nobody's business if you're not well. And anybody that you have around you that can't accept that, then those are the wrong people to be involved with anyway. You know what I mean? And I'd like to have some self pity, Brother Marquise, because it grounds me. I need to be able to lay back in my feelings and say, yes, I am down today. Yes, I am. And I'm not ashamed of it. Because if it's because I struggle with mental health issues or it's environmental or some situation that's going on now, I'm like, life is life, and I'm living it. Mental issues is because from age 1 to 5, I was living with a, oh Lord. Oh, yeah, that definitely. That's definitely a factor right there, Rev, for sure. That definitely is a factor. And you know what? This is why I was saying that a lot of our stuff is contributed to how we were raised. You know what I mean? And what we were exposed to, and a lot of stuff that happened to us. And I am so sorry gosh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. You said 1 to 5. Oh Lord have mercy. That'll change your whole person that born to be. And it will also give you mental health issues. Because, see, people don't realize that the stuff that we go through in life, good or bad, forms who we are. You know what I mean? It really does. And I don't care what nobody say, it is true. Because I know what it's like if you coming up in a household and things ain't right, or things that's happening to you, especially a lot with sexual abuse. Because things that happen to us physically affects us mentally. People don't take that serious, but it's together. Yes, it is. It's all in one. It's all in one. And then when you're violated in different kind of ways like that from when you're little and you grow up, it changes your temperament as far as how you feel physically about things, how you think, how you act, and who you really were going to be is blocked off because of what you had to place back with the feelings of being bothered. And one thing I can honestly tell you is that most of the time when something like that happens to you at a young age, it changed you profoundly in how you were going to be before that happened. You may have had a different life that was planned for you, but by you being abused, it changes who you turned out to be. because it brought in different factors in your life that wasn't a natural part of what your chemical balance was going to be until your groove got disturbed in an abusive way. And like I said, a lot of stuff happens too with people when it comes to that, when it, with not having the right food in the house, being raised by people that are perverts, alcoholics, you know what I mean? And and I remember that you said that one of these somebody said one of these family members, because I don't want to say anything to call out anybody's personal business, but they said that family members were doing things like you doing things inappropriate to a child. Even if it's stuff that you may think is cool, like for instance, oh well, when I was 8 years old, my dad always let me sip his beer, whether it be a female or or a guy. After a while, that could change. What you like and what you do. And I got somebody that I know that said that they became an alcoholic at the age of 7 years old. You know what I mean? Because their family members would always tell them, "Go get my beer. Go get my beer." And they said that after a while, when the father was hanging down in the basement with his friends, because the mother was upstairs drinking too with her friends, but when the father was in the basement, he would always tell her, "Go get my beer, go get my beer." So the person said, after I seen my father, how him and his friends would be after having beer, they looking happy and stuff. So I started, I started getting the beer. They didn't even know they were missing. And before I knew it, I started drinking, because they were exposed to it. You get what I'm saying? That's why we have to, hey, what's up? God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Blessings to you. Going to live her and your sister. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible, Rev. And I know what it's like to have somebody around that is deadly. You know what I mean? Deadly. Deadly. That ain't no joke. God bless you, brother Tony. I appreciate you coming in. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have an awesome new week. We're having some serious conversations, and I don't want to run nobody off because of the content that I'm talking about. Because I know that I talk about different things over here, and a lot of people get rubbed the wrong way when we're only trying to help and love on each other and share who we are or what we're going through with one another. So I don't want to make nobody ever feel any kind of negative way because we're having conversations about reality. Because some people don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? And I understand that. But I don't want nobody, because I've been rubbed the wrong way here with people thinking because I talk about different things like this mental health and stuff that's happening to people, whether it's sexual orientation, whether it's voting, people get mad at you because they don't want to hear it. And I understand that. But at the same time, you don't have to be where you don't want to be. And that's for all of us. We all can make the decision of being where we want to be at. Just like you may have somebody that you hang out with. I got people that I know that I'm cool with, but once they start drinking, I know how they act when they're drinking. I'm not judging them, but it's best not to be around them because they got, they can't help it. They get a little bit out of hand, and it is what it is. But I don't never judge anybody, and I don't want anybody to ever feel no kind of way or disrespected because of the conversation that we're having or that I'm having. You know what I mean? Because we're just talking about real life. And a lot of times people don't realize that it's good to get this kind of stuff out because your secrets make you sick. You know what I mean? And also, like I said, when certain type of stuff happens to you in your life, it does changes the structure of who you were going to be. And it's hard to get that back, especially when you grew up and that's all you knew was somebody abusing you. And then when you get grown, you realize that that was wrong or what they were doing to you hurt it. You know what I mean? I have this girl that I know, and I'm gonna be honest with you. She didn't do, and I'm not. I don't want nobody to feel no kind of way, but she had her daughter when her daughter was a little girl. She was about This girl is like what? I think probably about maybe 19 now. But when she was a little girl, she lost her I think it was a dog or a cat. She lost her pet, and she stopped eating. She stopped eating because she lost her pet, and the girl is 19 now and she still have the same problem. It got so bad for her not being able to accept the loss of her pet that she stopped eating when she was like, what, 6 years old? And she's still going through something now. It just hit her the wrong way, but I think it also possibly triggered in some mental health that was in her, possibly hereditary as well. But I do know that she is, she's still in that same condition from it just started back when her pet died. And it's not nothing to be negative or hide or run from. We give it to God, but we also have to do our part. God is not going to just, give us this Bible to read and give us instructions and we just don't use them and we expect him to do everything. We all have to do our part as well too. That reason why my mom sacrificed and gave me to my dad who raised me the right way. Oh, I'm sorry that had to happen like that though, Rev. Wow. I am sorry that had to happen that way. But she did it the right way. If that's all she could do, you know, and thank God that you were able to get over there with your father and have a good life, even though I know you're been damaged by it and there's a lot of scars, because God is always in the midst of working. You know what I mean? He's always in the midst of working. Somebody here vacuuming. Sorry about that. It's cleanup time in the house. I'm at home and somebody is vacuuming and cleaning. 'Cause, that was a good thing that your mom did, Rev, and that was probably the only thing she knew to do, and it turned out to be the best thing. And I'm sorry because I know that had to be hard not having her in your life, but she did the sacrifice for safety reasons. And I know a lot of people that when stuff is like that is happening in their house or around them or their kids is in that kind of danger, a lot of parents don't do anything about it. They just let it go. Whether they're afraid of the abuser, you know what I mean? Or some people don't even care at all. Because I got a lot of folks that I know that will tell you that, mother or somebody knew something bad was happening and they did nothing to help them. They allowed it to go on. You know what I mean? Because I know in certain families there's been a lot of domestic violence and, the mom would stay, even though I know a lot of women can be abusive as well too. But the mom would stay with the man and the kids continue to get abused and the mom does too. You know, it's just how it is. So for your mother to be that strong enough, Rev, to get you somewhere safe is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I'm so sorry to hear that. And it was nice, Rev, the other day to hang out with you, your mom, and your brother. I enjoyed that. Your mom seems to be a really cool lady, and your brother's too is lots of fun. I know that he's going through changes of how people act towards him, because of what he's going through. I'm not going to call his business out or put words in your mouth because that's what I don't do. Even if I speak about it, I don't usually tell nobody's business or, unless they want to, say it because that's not what I'm here to do. But I tell you what, I promise you, there's going to be a plan in your life because I know that what you said you've been through has changed your destination a bit to where you're going through some after effects of it, even though you got out of the situation because your mother sent you off. You still have been damaged by it and it affects you even now, you know what I mean, to a certain extent, because that's what happens when horrible stuff happens to us. It kind of becomes a part of us and it changes our path or the way we're growing and going. But I pray that you continue to just work through it and stay here and be around us and work through what you need. And also I wanted to pray for you know Miss Wife because I know how it is, Rev. I know how it is. I know you said pray for her, and I know that and I'm not calling your business. I allow you, to let you say whatever you want said. But I know you said you were going through some issues, trying to get through some stuff with her when we talked last, and I hope it's not the same stuff because when you said you need to pray for her, that means something's happened. You know what I mean? I know you're dealing with something right now with her, and I am so sorry to hear that. And I definitely will pray for her. And just know too, and I know you already know it though, but I just like to say that no matter what we go through in this life, good or bad, is not wasted. And no matter what we've been through, God has a plan for our life, and we're going to come out wiser and better on the other side for it. You know what I mean? I know it seems like, a lot of suffering and why and that kind of way, but God has a plan that will change all of that, and we will remember it no more. And that goes by everything that we have been through in our lives that's been horrible, Miss Rats. Oh no, no, I can't do this right now. I know you're not serious. Oh God, no. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Wait a minute, Rev. Wait a minute, Rev. Wait, wait, wait. Oh gosh, I gotta get it together. Give me a minute, Rev. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Give me a minute. I gotta go silent for a minute, man. Wait a minute, Rev. I am so sorry, Reb. You hit me like a ton of bricks with that. I don't know if you're gone or not, but I had to get my composure together on that one. I'm so sorry. I don't want you to think I'm letting you down at your time of need and we're talking, but that just hit me. I am so sorry. Oh my God. And I'm sorry too, Brother Marquise, if you're out there, because he said he just buried his young nephew. My prayers are with you, and I am so sorry. God, I'm so sorry. Oh, I feel awful. I'm just running off at the mouth. I'm so, and I would, and Rev, we were just talking, and when I was talking to you, it was just a couple of days ago, and you said that she had went to the hospital, and because of the water, not want, and I don't want to call your business out here, but you just said that because you're typing it in, so I don't want to tell your story or run my mouth. But you said that she had to go in the hospital again because she's not willing to drink the water, and then you told me that I said, well, I hope it works out for her, and you said, yeah, she's right here listening to you talk. So I thought that, she had just got out and, not too, and everything was, doing a little bit all right. You know what I mean? Because we don't seem like we can, none of us can get all the way all right. You know what I mean? There's always something. Oh my gosh. I hope you're still here because I didn't want you to think I'm letting you down at a time of need. But man, I am so sorry. Oh my gosh. And then there was, can't even talk, I think. Didn't we just got through? We were just talking just a couple of days ago. And then after we talked, I came over and hung out with you and your mom and your brother. I don't know what to say. Do you see what I mean about how life is? Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say, and I feel so bad too, with Brother Marquise if he's still around, because I know that his nephew is young, and then I know what it's like to struggle with medical problems through your whole life, whether it be physical and mental or both. I know what that is like, and that loss. I'm gonna tell you, honey. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't want to. Oh, I feel horrible. I'm sorry, and I don't. Even with Brother Marquise, if he's still around, and Rev, I don't want to say the same thing over and over again. You know what I mean? That everybody's saying to you. Because I promise you, I've had times where people said certain stuff to me, and I know that they meant well by it, but I didn't want to hear it. You know how that gets to be when people keep saying, sorry for your loss, sorry for your. It's the right thing to do, and it's what's said. But sometimes it gets, and I just had, oh my gosh, I just had a friend of mine. On here on YT that probably about what I think it's a year now that her son, is not here anymore. And this was like her first all of these different holidays that we had that came, that he wasn't here. And I was reading in her comment section, and I promised myself that I would not repeat the same stuff that everybody's already typed. And I would not repeat what everybody's probably saying to her that's in her physical life. So I didn't even leave a comment. I just watched the video, and I thought really deep down in my heart of what to say. And it wasn't no made up rehearsed speech or anything, but it was something that I needed to pull out from in me. And I went back and I typed in what I had to say, and she was happy to hear what I said, because she said it was, it was different than what everybody else was saying, even though everything they said was good, they meant well, but it just hit her in a different way, because it's like somebody was feeling from care in real friendships, you know what I mean? That really listen, and everybody meant well. It's just that I don't want to say the same things repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? To a person that has heard that over and over again. And this is what everybody always say: sorry for your loss. Condolences, condolences. Sorry for your loss. You'd like you being, especially when you are the person that is happening to. You get tired of everybody keep rubbing your shoulder, keep tapping, and all of that's good. Please do not misunderstand me. Sometimes you got to sit with it and be silent. Sometimes it's too much information, too much, too much, too much, too much. And then you know that this is a physical loss as well as an emotional loss. Anytime we lose somebody in our family or around us, or even stuff with jobs. It's not just, if you had like something that happened, like a fire, or you lost your job or car, all of that affects you physically and mentally. And like I said, when people are dealing with mental health issues, it's harder when you have the chemical issue, because see, everybody deals with anxiety and all kinds of emotions on a regular basis. But when when you have it where it's triggered enough to that you need the medication and you need to be in therapy, it's a lot harder on you than people that's just experience it when they're just having, some woes that doesn't consist of it taking them further and they just have it and it goes away. But people with, diagnosis and that need medication and therapy, they live like that, off balance on a regular basis. And a lot of times there's not enough medication that can change that. And it's hard. Oh, I don't know if you still hear Red, but I'm going to stop talking until you type something in so that I don't just be running my mouth here. You let me know if you still hear Rev. I had to leave off. I had to. I'm sorry. I had to. It wasn't no quick. Yeah, oh, really? Hey, no. I had to. I had to feel it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel that. He and I've talked with her. I remember when she was coming to the lives with you, talking with me. Let me know if you still hear Rev. I had to feel that though. I had to feel that. I'm gonna get my mind right here and then wait for you to type in if you're still there. I don't know if you're still there, brother Marquise, too, because I don't want you to misunderstand Marquise, because I understand your pain, and there's nothing wrong with any of us, ever needing some pity or having self pity. That's the human emotions that God gave us, and it helps us be stronger and wiser for it. If you hear Reb, type in. If not, I'll stop talking because I don't want to be casting your business out. I want you to be in a live chat in your life. And I hope I didn't run L. George's off because I know that I was saying a lot of positive stuff. And then we got into talking about all this mental health stuff, which is positive too. But, I don't want to run nobody off that may not want to hear that conversation, even though we all need to talk about this here. Let me know if you're here, Reb. And Brother Marquise, I don't know if you're here. And I think Lawless, you probably had to go because I know everybody's busy. But I promise you, uh, I'm sorry about anything, and I'm talking on and had no idea. I thought when you said that, Rev, about put, to have Mrs. Rats in our prayers is just, just for better health and, the conversation we had or, you know, just like that. I didn't know. Oh, I'm gonna be quiet for a minute until I see you type in Rev. I'm so sorry. Praying over everybody in this live and whatever they're going through, praying on myself, what I need and what I'm going through, y'all, because I got a lot of stuff going on with me right now as well, too. I got some, it's stuff every day though. It's not even just about if people know that when you lose somebody that is profound, in that profound way, like it's, they're not here. But when you live with mental health and a lot of medications and problems like that on a regular basis, that stuff hits you hard too to live every day with it. So I get it. Let me be quiet. Yes, Rev, I'm telling you. Oh my gosh, I feel so horrible because ooh, I, oh, I remember when we first started, me and you first started hanging out, Mrs. Rev, you had her, she was in the live typing on her own. And then you said that she would, that she's going to be making possibly doing a channel and that she needed a blue dress. You remember all of that? You remember all of that. And see, a lot of people didn't understand with me. I stopped with the blue, wrenches and stuff because I've been having problems with this hangout spot. And so I was told by, like I said, by somebody from YT, that wasn't a bot that said just take the wrenches so you can get an idea what could be possibly happening or somebody sabotaging or whatever. But anyway, I want to get back to this here, Rev. Oh man, I feel terrible. Ugh, because I thought, see, we don't know. Mm, mm, mm. We don't know we don't know what's going to happen day to day, but I just was talking with you just the other day with your mom and brother, and then just a couple of days before that, we were talking, and you said Miss Reb was right there, and you said that that I don't want to talk all your business out, but you saying that she was there, and I yeah, I can't even say anything else because this is why life is mm, life is so hard, you know. And I am here talking about my surgeries and stuff. And the thing, we all Or just lucky to have 5 minutes from now. You know what I mean? Because sometimes people say, where you see yourself 5 years from now? The way life is, it's hard to even go, the next 5 minutes because change is inevitable, oh my, I feel awful. And I promise you, I don't mind. You don't have to apologize. Ugh. You don't have to apologize, Rev, because we're good here on YT, and I want to try to be here in any kind of way that I can to help you out, even if it's just a conversation or to let you know that I know what that feels like. And it's different for all of us because we all have different relationships with different family members and friends. We all could have, all of us have a husband and lost a husband, and we don't know exactly how it makes each one of us feel individually because stuff affects people differently. We all could have a wife that we lost. People. I'm not saying me with a wife, but you know what I'm saying. We don't know how you feel different than I do experience the same loss because it could be different in the way of how it affects you because of the person you are, your mental health. It could be how that person, is not here to what happened to them that caused them not to be here that would affect you differently. I could say something like, well, you know what? I lost my husband, but it was a peaceful situation because he was struggling with some medical problems that were more harder on him to live with. You know what I mean? So it was best and it was peace, and we came to peace with being okay with it. And then you'll have somebody that you thought was fine and they had a car accident and it was sudden. You know what I mean? So it's different because people can't really say, oh man, people can't. Oh, I feel terrible. People can't really say, I know how you feel fully. Not that they're saying it in to be in the negative, to be negative, but a lot of people can't say it because it may not affect you the same way because it's a different experience for each one of us. You know what I mean? You could be a couple and you lost a child, you know what I mean, or a pet. And it may affect each one of you differently because you've had a different relationship with that person, pet, or situation, and you guys are two different people. I've seen couples that, have lost a child and they grieve totally differently. And sometimes their marriages ended over it. You know what I mean? Because it affect them differently. I have been places where they've had grief counseling and you could have, two couples in there and they lost their son or daughter by an automobile accident, and both couples had a child that they lost by being in the automobile accident, but they're feeling differently about it. It's affecting them differently. And then when you have psychological issues, that makes stuff, it impacts you more. Also, when you have living arrangements, and I remember we talking about this, when you have living arrangements, meaning if my husband is not here, I'm not going to be able to keep the house or the car or any of it by myself because our income together made it possible for us to sustain our lifestyle. All of those fears is not being selfish, is going on without them in many ways. Just not having them here and you still alive, you feel that. You feel, what am I going to do without them? Not just, oh, I need them for the half of the rent or the mortgage. Not just that. But those things do play a role and they matter and they are going to come into play. You know what I mean? For all of us. But it's really grieving the loss of the person that they're not here in life, period. Not just to be here for you to be okay, but because they're not here and you feel that they're, missing out. And oh my gosh, you know what I mean? So I understand all of that, and it affects all of us in a way, and oh, I have had, if I would tell you some of oof, the closest losses that I've had in my life, that I can't even believe that I'm even still here. You understand where I'm coming from? I can't believe because I've had, oh gosh, mm, I had one, I had a loss that affected me in a way that my life was no value anymore at the time when it happened. And I promise you, it never been right since then. And I also feel that I still didn't want to go on as long as I have. And I know that people don't understand that. And I don't want nobody to be in a lie, bugging out and not, feeling some kind of way. I'm being honest about what feelings that we process and what we deal with when we're dealing with grief. And I promise you, when that person, I got, because of what happened to them, and when we had the funeral going, I flipped out. You know what I mean? and I injured myself somewhat as well of how I ran, and could have got hit and a whole bunch of stuff. But I have never, a part of me really, and I know that that's not how God wants us to think, but I know that God understands this feeling. I have never been the same again. And that situation happened to me a couple of years, after that the person was gone. That it was even, I'll be honest with you, I thought it was worse. But that person, it was, both of them was some of the worstest losses that I have ever experienced in my life. I promise you. And the worst loss out of all of that of losing people is losing my salvation and my relationship with God because of how I'm living and what I'm dealing with. That was the worst loss of all, is to feel disconnected from God to me. That was the worst thing that could ever happen to me or could ever happen in life, over even losing family members. My relationship with God means more to me with him than anybody in my entire life. But those two losses right there um has changed my whole pattern of how I was going to live moving forward, and even till this day, because it's all kinds of different feelings when you're dealing with something like that. And even with a lot of us and a lot of people out here with mental health issues, folks don't understand that there's certain stuff that, like I'll just say, for example, and I'm not just making up stuff, I'm just being honest. You may be two people that have the same kind of job, whether you're men and women, two men, and you both lost your job. They may be down and out and, having some problems, for a couple of weeks, and then they get all right. But somebody, that struggles with mental health issues may make you want to unalive yourself. You understand? Get into a psychosis, fall apart, needing to be hospitalized. You know what I mean? Put in somewhere. You get where I'm coming from? When you walk through the streets like that, people don't understand that because it's different. I know some folks that had lived the majority of their life and just, had what they consider as like anxiety and depression to a certain extent, that is a part of how you feel when certain things happen to you. But there's some people that a certain something that happened to them triggered their mental health, and they're now dependent on medication and damage in a way that they're living differently than what they were, because it has triggered it and their chemical balance is totally off now. And you get what I'm saying? And you're not how you were, you know. And like I was saying about the young girl that when she was 6 years old and lost her pet, she has never been the same since then. And then she's an adult now, and her life has went off the scales from that point on. Because even as her being an adult, and she's on to street drugs and stuff, opposed to drugs that are supposed to be to help you when you're dealing with anxiety. She's out here, it got worse. It got bad for her, and it's never been the same. And even me seeing her as an adult, I could tell that she's damaged permanently from that experience alone. But another thing with us as people, it's hard to tell if that triggered off something that was going to happen to you anyway because of hereditary. Because a lot of times hereditary stuff is in us, and it's waiting to show up. You know what I mean? It's like you can say, "Oh, I had anxiety and depression," but only to a certain extent, and I've always been okay. But you got some people that don't know. It's like waking the bear. You know what I mean? Waking up the bear that's been in hibernation. It may have already been there, and it's kicked off now because something triggered it, or it was going to bloom anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times that's something that we all experience that we're not aware of, is that it was something that was going to show itself. Because sometimes, even too, with certain stuff, like when they speak about like schizophrenia and things like that, sometimes they always try to say, oh, well, usually when you're going to get it, the onset is at this age. And some people have had an issue with it their entire life. So you can't say that because that ain't no in no book. It's nothing scripted. That's something that a lot of doctors and all of them trying to tell you when and how, and it's not even that. You have to be careful too when you deal with these different psych doctors and meds that they put you on, and even too when you're going somewhere for like grief counseling and all of those kind of things like that. You have to make sure that you know that you're getting the right kind. That they're not scripting a line to you that they feel that you want to hear at a time like this that they say to everybody. They have to, design and tailor something for who you are, not what works for everybody. Even with medications, when you're dealing with trying to find, you got to have the right therapist and the right doctor. And they got to really be interested in you, not just to help try to fix you, but know really what you need. You know what I mean? Because we've been out here and talked to several people with mental health issues, and folks that have, oh yeah, because you feel like this. No, no, you got to set people straight a lot of times because they got a script, which this type of stuff don't work like. I hope I'm not talking too much for you, Rev. I hope I'm not talking too much for you, Rev. I'm just trying to, let you know that I understand. Shadow, shadow. Yes, definitely. Yep. And I believe that Rev, that probably started on because your psychological status could not deal with what was happening to you. You know what I mean? And that's how things happen as well too. It gets shattered. And then some people do have it hereditary as well. And like we said, it could be circumstances and environmental and things that's happened to us. Look, this happened to us bad. So I get that, and for you to be, dealing with that from the ages of 1 to 5, that definitely had to do, that had to do some damage. You know what I mean? Permanent damage. Unfortunately, I know that God is a healer, but we are somewhat what we experience in life. Or there's some things that you don't want to feel, but you can't help it because it is something that's happened to you and made and made some changes in your life profoundly in a horrible way. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that, and I hope that we're with me talking that I'm not overstepping or assuming, over talking, or dragging on and making you feel uncomfortable or anything like that, Rev. Because me and you, we talks about it. We cover it all. We live, we laugh, we love, right? But I just don't want to be the one here talking too much or saying the wrong thing at a time like this, or period, ever, you know, in anybody's life. Because I know I don't know everything and I'm crying out for help myself and trying to talk and experience and learn things the same way as everybody else. So I get it. Thank you. I'm glad, Rev, because I promise you, you know how we do. Me and you, I think that's how we click too, because we all we like to talk about stuff. Even with Miss Rev, because quite a few times that I was talking with you, she was listening in, and you would say what Miss Rev said, or even then she would put in, she was, typing in something. You know what I mean? And like I said, I thought, and you don't just, it's not that simple, but I thought that, that, from that last talk we had, all of this just happened a matter of days ago, Rev, too. So I can imagine what you're going through, you know what I mean? And then not necessarily because I'm not you and you're processing and living differently, you know what I mean? And I know that you had said that with you and her, the reason why that you haven't, you didn't want her to go nowhere But the reason why you didn't put her in anywhere is because it's partly because you don't want her in anywhere and y'all need each other for your survival. So that's going to be something that you got to look at differently now too. So I know. It says I had chose to become, so I chose to be involved as not attracted. Amen. Amen. Because sometimes that does lead you down that path. And a lot of people don't believe that, but it does, Rev. And honey, I tell you, you wouldn't have had a good life if you done that. Because whoever that person is, oh boy, they got something coming. And that's not who you were, because that's what people don't understand. Sometimes you're a product of your environment. You know what I mean? And thank God that he spared you from turning out like that. Because sometimes our experience will cause us to be the same way because we were introduced to it. You know what I mean? So thank God, that he spared you and you made the choices yourself as well not to be that way. Because that right there, that's a nightmare. That is an absolute nightmare. And I am so sorry for any child that has to deal with that. I tell you, those type of experiences like that change your life in a way that you never knew who you were going to be. You know what I mean? Especially after experiencing something like that, it changed who you probably were going to be. And that's why I keep just saying to a lot of people when we talk is that you have to really be careful how you train kids, how you treat kids, even pets. You know what I mean? Because you put an experience on them, you put a lifestyle on them. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them don't know nothing other, especially with you at the age that you said you didn't know who you were going to be before those things happened to you. A nightmare for many, and I know it has, and I know exactly what you mean. I know it has, and it's something that is grown with you because the thing too with you is that a lot of that stuff happened to you at a very young age in life. You didn't even get a chance to experience, who you were going to be because of what happened to you all those years. Because that's a long time, and that's at some very pivotal, you know, growing stages, and you forming your personality. That right there is not that's a horror. And whose mental health wouldn't be damaged by something like that, that and then that changed the family, that changed you from, even though you were around your father and he's a good guy, but you would want to have been around your mom, and because she had to get you off to safety, that stopped her from being around you at the stages of your life, and as a family growing together, because you had to go and get under another roof, even though that was good because that was dad and he was good to you. It still doesn't negate that you couldn't be around mom because of this person. Did that person ever get in any trouble for what they did? Because honey, I tell you, that kind of monster will continue on to find others. I believe that. Repress all of the memories. Yeah, because see, when you have something bad happen to you, it blocks out the ability to do, other things and to enjoy good things at that. It does have a way. Tell me what to make for the side. Oh yeah, we just bought some too. Yes, yes. Yeah, I feel horrible. That's perfect. Yeah, yeah. I know because I know with me, there's a lot of things that's happened to me that's been horrible in my childhood, a lot of things I've seen, and I promise you, it's still with me. And I know God works miracles, and I know God don't want me to be bothered with these things, but I do. I am, and it's made me who I am, and it's messed up a lot of my life as well, having been through those things. And it got me in a way too where I suppressed a lot of memories as well, good and bad, because I just didn't want to think of anything, in my childhood, good, because the bad always crept in on my mind. You know what I mean? And I am glad too that certain things I don't remember. And I was told certain things that, happened to me, and I don't remember it and I don't want to remember it. And I kind of, some of the adults that were telling me stuff that I didn't want to hear it because I'm glad I didn't remember it. Things that can unlive you that people have done. Serious, serious. So I know he's a thing for me. Oh, thank God. Because I know that with a person like that, that you weren't the first, the last, the only. This person, that was their lifestyle. And they probably have conquered many in that kind of way. Because they don't just, do it to one person. You know what I mean? That's how they live. And a lot of times those people either have phony relationships with another adult to cover up that they're that way, or some of them only have relationships with kids. You know what I mean? And I know that they've probably ruined a whole lot of other children that, they got around to hurt and harm. I promise you, there's a lot of stuff that I wish that I didn't remember. And then there's a lot of stuff that I don't remember. And as I started growing up, people got that just had to try to tell me some stuff. And I wish they didn't tell me because by me not remembering, it protected my peace, my mental stability, my physical, what I thought about myself. I wish they wouldn't have told me because what I could remember was already bad enough, and I didn't like that. And I never asked any of them to tell me that. I really didn't. I didn't want to know. And it did hurt me that they told me. Especially when you're young like that, and you're told that certain people that are supposed to care about you have tried to unlife you and things. And uh. I know for a fact that I would have been better off with a lot of that stuff. The only way that I think that I would have known certain stuff is because I would have something haunting me and I didn't know what it was, and I would like somebody to tell me what could have possibly happened to me for me to feel that way. But for the most part, a lot of that stuff that I was told as I started, getting older, I wish they would have never told me because it just got worse with what I already remembered. And by me not knowing certain stuff and being told, that made it worse. Those things I really wouldn't have not, I would rather have not known, honestly, because it's too devastating. Yes, he has. And they do, Rev. They never, it's never just one. There's always many, many where they conquer and continue on to do it. A lot of these them kind like that, they are married, but they're not really into the marriage. They just want society to see them a certain way so they can cover up that seedy side of themselves. You know what I mean? And the majority of them live their lives and continue to do that on a regular basis. I honestly, and I'm not disrespecting anybody because I believe in hope and things, but I just feel like those kind of people like that, you can't fix them. The only one that can do it is God. And if that person is not willing to stop and change their ways, God can't do nothing with them either because he gives us free will. I believe those kind of guys like that can't be fixed. And there's a lot of women Yes, sir. Go right ahead, Rev. I am listening to Rev. I'm listening to you. Go ahead and bring it on. I'm waiting for your question. Ooh. Um, yes, but differently. Yes, yes. That part like that, always feel that something like that has happened, but I don't remember that. You know what I mean? But I remember horrors, a lot more horrors though. But that right there, and I don't know if I suppressed it because for some reason I always feel like that is something that happened. You get what I'm saying? But I locked it down that well, but I can tell you a whole bunch of other stuff that he says, I pray for you. Thank you. I can tell you a whole lot of other stuff that's happened and that has happened. And like I said, when you grow up and people tell you that somebody tried to unlive you, you get what I'm trying to explain to you, and I'm serious. That ain't a joke. You get what I mean? Because especially if you don't remember it and people are telling you. You get what I'm saying? And even these same people that even today as me being a full grown person and well over 30, you get what I'm saying? I the people still treat me the same way as they did then. So I have never formed, and that's why I know blood ain't always thicker than water. And I have never, they have never stopped being that way. And that's, one of the reasons why I am not on camera because it didn't just end, with childhood and youth. These people are the same monsters that they were back then. Get what I'm saying? Same monsters as they were back then. You still got the same people that live in the lie right along, covering it up, keeping it a secret right along with the folks, you know, still going. And those are people that I had to pretend all, a good portion of my life, all the way through my 30s to deal with and to allow to be around me and to have holidays with, you know what I mean? And it took me a long time to get away from it because I was forced and then I was programmed. Even when I was grown enough not to be around, I was pulled in by it. And they're still the same. No one has changed. All of the same people that were covering up over that, covering it up, hiding it. They still till this day. These are people that I know that's well in their 70s and 80s in the right state of mind that's still running the same game. Nope, not no joke. And they're still running the same. You feel like when these people get old like that, and especially if it's not anybody that's got dementia or Alzheimer's and don't really know what's going on anymore, and they waited too late to come to you to tell the truth or to apologize or anything. These folks here that I'm talking about are still in their right mind because there's some of them in their later 60s, early 70s, and like I said, there's no Alzheimer's or dementia. So these folks have chose to let this go down in history and never give you clarity. Even the ones that told me some stuff that happened that I didn't remember, they still wouldn't confront or say it out in front of the people that's done it. In fact, they became the same way themselves to a certain extent as well. Secrets, a lot of times our secrets can make us sick, and a lot of times our secrets can protect us. Depends on what it is. You know what I mean? And I know that. I live that. I know it. Definitely can make you sick when you keep stuff trapped inside, and then certain stuff is best kept quiet. You know what I mean? But with these folks here, you feel that after all this time, that somebody would finally, at all, because see, I don't go around these people no more at all. And I stopped for, oh gosh, well, well over 15 and 20 years having anything to do with any of them. But if any of them would been decent enough to really say that what they did was wrong, I would hear it and listen and have compassion to why they were afraid to say or do anything or even save me, so to speak. But I still would not want to move forward in any kind of relationship with them. You know, I still wouldn't, but it'd be a little something to say why, so that I can have an understanding moving forward why a lot of people let stuff like that happen, whether it's in families or just known, and don't do anything to save the child or the children. That's a serious impact right there. And like I said, I would be willing to hear it, but it's getting too late for that now. And whoever is willing to hear it, I still don't want to have any kind of relationship with them at all. That's over. Those chances is done. And at this point, it wouldn't even make sense. And like I said before, people don't realize that folks can live to get well in their 80s and 90s, and if they don't have any type of something like Alzheimer's or anything going on, they could change a lot of stuff that they didn't do anything about years and years ago in some kind of way, if they were willing to be decent enough to clear the air, you know? Because I know right now I've got several of these people that are, like I said, they may be old, but their brain ain't gone. You get what I'm saying? And they could say something, even if it's for me to, and I'm not waiting for this, by the way. I'm done with it, to be honest with you. But even if they were willing to say something about why they didn't protect better or why they didn't do anything, I would be taking that information to use future wise in reference to help other people out, and maybe even, you know, take a little pain off myself if possible, and moving forward to help other people understand why you have people like that that didn't do nothing. Whatever. That didn't do nothing, and understand why they didn't do nothing, so that moving forward, if someone else ever has somebody in their life to say, well, you know what, I knew they was abusing you, I knew they did this, I knew they did that, and the reason why I didn't do anything about it is because I was too much of a coward. I had my own demons. I was afraid. I thought it was okay. You know what I mean? I'm serious. I'm dead up serious. Even if it's an answer that, that still doesn't make sense to you, you have to give them respect to know that because they're different, that's just how they are. And like I said before, some things may ease your burden this far down the line, perhaps in a little bit of way, even if it eased my burden in to where I can move forward and help somebody else out that's in a situation like that, to understand why nobody saved me or them or you or him or her. You get what I'm saying? Even if it's just to change the path down the line, for saying that, listen, I could tell you this situation. I was in a situation of abuse. This person was abused, and I spoke to somebody that was a part of covering it up. And this is the reason why they didn't help. This is what they said. for whatever that can do to possibly, because some of the stuff that may not be solace to me or help me may help somebody else out though. Since we have to be the people who protect the children while we yet weren't protected. That's right. It gives you a certain strength and power. Also, it gives you an insight to where if you are around kids that were being abused, you can see it and maybe their parents don't. You know what I mean? And you can see, you know what? Listen, I'm telling you, the way your son or daughter is acting around your new boyfriend or girl, what you need to check and see if everything is okay. Even if it's not just, SA, even if it's physical or verbal abuse, you can be the one that has spotted when their own mother or father didn't spot it. It could be somebody that lived next door to you that's a neighbor and they have their grandkids coming over and you can see that that child may behave in a certain way that you did when you were younger. And you see that sign that it looks like something might be happening to that child. Because you know what it's like because you've been through it. You know what I mean? And that can help. You can tell them that you know and exactly what I'm speaking about, that there is someone around that knew that that was happening, but because of how they are, they didn't say anything. And if you have somebody like that in your life that knows that a child is being abused in any form and they didn't say anything, well, I can tell you probably why and who of them might know and just ain't saying anything. And it may make you know what? If something like that is happening to my child, I know that my Aunt Sally or Uncle Bubba or whatever names, I'm just making up something, they may know something was going on and just didn't do nothing about it. And that's the person that can give you some insight on what you're dealing with, what you're looking at. You know what I mean? Because I know for a fact that a lot of these people that are kept quiet, they're not doing that on purpose. Some of them are afraid or being threatened. And just like you said with your own, with mom, she was being threatened, you know? So she had to do whatever she could to get you off to safety and to make sure her safety is not jeopardized as well too, because that was all she could do. So some people don't say anything because they could get hurt trying to protect or do something about it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times, certain people that don't say anything, it's not them trying to purposely not help you, but they don't have the tools. They don't know. Okay, you take care and have a good one. God bless you. I wish you peace. Prayers are up for Miss Rev, and God bless you. God bless you, and thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you find some kind of peace in this travel. Take care. I wish you the best. Hello, my dear friend Homestead. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope you're doing well. Just had some serious long conversation here with one of my close friends, and we got deep into conversation. I hope nobody doesn't feel any kind of way. I'm wishing you an awesome, safe new week, and thank you for being you, Homestead. Thank you.